Etwas mehr als 5 Minuten, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, zum Beginn FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors, presented by Brunnenhof. Die internationale Springprüfung über 1,40 Meter über 2 Runden. Der Parcours von Franz Madl führt über 12 Hindernisse, 15 Sprünge. Bei einem gerittenen Tempo von 375 Meter pro Minute ist die Bahn 430 Meter lang und die erlaubte Zeit 69 Sekunden. 10 Teams werden wir in der ersten Runde im FEI Nations Cup Juniors sehen. Die besten 8 aus der ersten Runde qualifizieren sich für die entscheidende zweite Runde. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next class, FEI Nations Cup Juniors by Brunnenhof. The course in this class is 430 meters long, speed 375 meters per minute, length of the course 430 meters, the time allowed 69 seconds. 10 teams in the first round on the list, the best 8 teams after the first round qualified for the second round. Werfen wir schnell einen Blick auf die Linienführung des Parcours. Der Parcours beginnt bei Hindernis 1, der Ochse auf der langen gegenüberliegenden Seite der Gastrotribüne. In gebunkener Linie geht es zu Hindernis 2. Die HT-Equestrian-Mauer. Dann geht es beim Einritt vorbei auf die Diagonale zu Hindernis 3 mit den rot-weiß-blauen Stangen, der Steilsprung. In Folge Hindernis 4, Papas Ochser. Auf der linken Hand dann geht es zum Österreich-Wellenplankensteilsprung, Hindernis 5. Dann gebogen leicht in Richtung Gastrotribüne zu springen, die Spree-Kombination 6a-B, Ochser-Einsprung, Steil-Aussprung. Dann auf der linken Hand geht es zum offenen Wassergraben, Hindernis 7, gerichtet von Frau Magister Ines Begel. In Folge Hindernis 8, der Dörfler Steilsprung. Dann in einer Spitzkehre linker Hand zurück auf Hindernis 9, der Elite Fixkraft Ochser. In gerader Linie dann Hindernis 10, ein neues Hindernis HT Equestrian Steilsprung. Und dann auf der rechten Hand vor der Gastrotribüne die Schlusslinie, die dreifache Kombination 11a, B und C Brunnenhof Sportpferde. Dreifach-Kombination, Steileinsprung, Ochser und Steilaussprung. Und an der Schlusshindernis, Hindernis 12, unseres Partners Equitron mit dem Liverpool überbaut, Hindernis 12. 2 Minuten bis zum ersten Pferd, 2 minutes to go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Linz. Welcome to FEI TV and, of course, to the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth, the series of 2025 arriving here in Austria. We've seen some tremendous competitions over the course of yesterday and over the season so far. Today, the focus starts with the juniors. We've got the young riders to come a little bit later on. Yesterday was the ponies and the children. And looking forward to seeing a top field of junior riders kicking things off this morning. So we've got Switzerland to start things off, but also involved Hungary. We've got the team from Italy, we've got the Netherlands, we've got Germany involved. And as I look a little further down the list, don't forget Austria, Great Britain, the Czech Republic and Romania. And, of course, Poland. So we've got 10 teams, and that means that only 8 of those teams will qualify for the second round. Eva Sacker, LB Crumble to start things off. Top 10 in the Basel Under-25 final. That Swiss Equestrian Talent competition at the start of April. And giving us our first little look round this course. Time allowed for your reference is 69 seconds. Now coming into the shadow before back into the sunshine, that lovely roll back turn that then brings you down to this little plank and then turns you right-handed to the combination, this final line. One-time penalty. Time was an issue yesterday. It was very well judged by our course designer, Marie-France, and, well, those tiny differences can certainly come back and haunt you later. But either way, you've got to be impressed with the start. To get the clear over the fences is always going to be a big confidence boost. It'll also just mean that the others now know they just need to be a little bit more aware of the clock, potentially. Well, we move on to the first of the team riders for Hungary. This is Hanna Bodai. And she's riding Oliver Odeveld. By Tangulo, which has competed at the Junior Europeans last year with this ride. Part of the Hungarian team. Lovely big open water. The back rail goes. As the front rail of the final fence. Unfortunately, look at the time they've got inside. Just the other side, it really is a fine margin on that clock, but the time-wise, it's the right side. 2 fences down, though, and a score of 8 for the first of the Hungarian team. Go back to some of the replays. A lot of jumping to come. 40 in all in the first round, as you would expect with 10 teams, and then we will have the second round a little bit later on. Italy and Giorgia Baldi, who was on the Italian team, the children's Italian team in Gole Minore back in 2023 when she finished individually in the top 20. And part of that Italian team that just missed on a medal. They finished 4th that year. She's riding here in the juniors with Carnival van Klastov. Gelding by non-stop. kept it nice and forward. I think time-wise, I think she'll be okay. Italians have got some good young jockeys coming through the ranks. And that is certainly one of them. What a tremendous round. Well done, Georgia. First clear of the day goes to the Italian team, and it goes there to Giorgia Beldi and Carnival van der Klauserhof. So a super strong start for Team Italy. Cannot ask more. And look at that time, 64.57. Nice, positive momentum all the way round, and she's well inside. Well, to the Dutch, and this is Renze Gutela riding Port Royal. Second outing on the team this year, was on the podium in third in the Nations Cup event, that opener in Centaur back at the beginning of April. By Plot Blue, this Irish sports horse, this gelding. Only 9 years of age. They'll be disappointed that they've done such a good job. But unfortunately, fenced down late on in the course. The combination at the end there just catching out. Renze Gutela and Plot Royal. So, 4 have gone. We've seen 1 clear round so far. Now we're going to see Emma back. She's riding Con Deleska. This is the first out in the juniors for Team Germany. By Coleman. One of the young riders with quite a lot of experience. She jumped in the 5-star in Leipzig with this ride back in January. Looks good. Solid start. Clear round. Well done, Emma back. Big pat for Kondaleska there as the first for Team Germany, recording a clear round. Who put them on the front foot. So great news. It's going to be a really strong competition. I get the feeling with this is going to be a really hard one to call. We're not going to know until we get to that very last round. Maybe even a jump-off round. We'll see what happens. That's me predicting early. I think this probably will, come the end of the second round, end up in a jump-off. Where we were, is it Compiègne 2 weeks ago, where every Nations Cup went to a jump-off? All of the 4 Nations Cups, we finished in a jump-off. It happens. Now, Austria's first. The Pathfinder is Tobias Thielest, riding Levisto. Rode on the Junior European Championship team in the Netherlands last year. Actually just shy of the top 20. He was 22nd individually with Equiton Junior. He's a young jockey that spent a lot of time out in Doha at the beginning of the season. Two parts, three parts, I think all three parts in the end, and the last difficult final line. Squeezes inside the time allowed, but what was going so well just suddenly unravelled at the end there into a total of 16, which is such a shame. It was looking good, and then that final line proving a little tougher. Well, we continue with the first rider for each of the teams. 4 more teams to go, and it's Great Britain next up. And this is Eve McCoy with the Unix Competition Yards Kalinde DV. Eve, who in 2021 was part of the bronze medal winning team in the children's category. Started this year off in Abu Dhabi. Went out on that tour to the United Arab Emirates, putting a lot of mileage on the clock. Ooh, got a little bit deep. You know, sort of riding a little bit into the shadow. You've got that half moon plank, and unfortunately there, Galinde just decided that he wanted to have a little look, and that's cost her the score of 4. Nothing more she could do. She kept her legs on, kept positive, but sadly it's the first fence that goes down. So it's a score of 4. 2 teams have picked up forward their opening rider. Now we move on to the Czech Republic. Anna Maria Dodova. Poluna de Clips is the first of the team. Was on the team last week in Zidovic, and the Czech team were at home. Different part of the same line, just coming off that turn. You can see she ended up just having to... She was trying to rebalance before the combination because she realised she just turned in a little bit too tight. And that cost her all the way down the rest of the line. 16 is the final score. The first of the Czech team. It's expensive once you get it slightly wrong in one place on a line like that it can cost you She tried to sit the horse back. Next up is Romania. Part of the winning Nations Cup team in Zudovic last week. It is Elinka Bana riding famous Cosena PS by Firth of Lyon out of a Chaco Blue mare. Great start to Romania's season with that win in the junior category just 7 days ago. Seeing a real variety of fences causing problems, aren't we? Certainly not one particular place. Great news for the course designer. Now they're going to have to come back and try again. That's a difficult moment because there isn't anything tougher than having a problem in a combination in a Nations Cup because you feel obliged. You have to try and come again potentially. But now the time, I think the time hadn't stopped for a minute, but the time I think has just been reset. Of course, better to have a big discard than have an elimination, because if another rider does get eliminated, it doesn't completely take the team out of the equation. She's going to struggle again, is she? No, she's fine. She jumped it really well, really positive. Nicely ridden there towards the finish. She kept her composure, did a good job, settled the horse and came through to the finish. Unfortunately, the score is 31, but at least she got to record a score. It's always important. So, on we go. One more team to go in this opening rotation of riders. Marta Piziek is the Polish rider with Lady Gaga, or Lady Gaga 49, by Los Angeles. One of the riders that came here to Linz back in April, when they had that youth show then and that 2-star. A lot of the riders came then just to have a little bit of a warm-up ahead of jumping here. Late fence combination. Nice forward round. It's going to be quite a quick round. In fact, I think it's the fastest anyone's been round this course, to be honest. But it is for the first for Poland, finishing on a score of 4 there. Marta Piziek and Lady Gaga. So we have seen one rider from each of the teams. Italy and Germany have succeeded to see their first rider go clear. Switzerland picked up 1. The Netherlands and Great Britain 4, as did Poland. 8 from Hungary, 16 from Austria in the Czech Republic, and 31 for Romania. Philippa Bisang is the second rider out for the Swiss team. So this particular ride, VDL Ligadrums PP. And of course the first of the Swiss riders picking up just that single time penalty, Iwasaka. This could be a really big moment for the team, because that is a clear. Great news for the team from Switzerland as they secure that clear round and could yet still finish on 0. Well, that's 2 really strong rounds from their first 2 riders. So they'll be feeling happy enough for the moment at least. As we look now to the next up from Team Hungary. And this will be Anna Müller riding Donna Clara. Had a busy start to the year down in Spain and then in Italy. Well, they also got a little bit deep and sudden. Maybe just broke the rhythm a bit to cost them the problem at the fence that followed. But either way, they come to the end and they finish on the 4. It is just the first part of the combination down. It counts as a score, though, for Hungary, because it will mean that they now move on to an official team score of 4 as a best potential outcome. Well, the Italian team started with a beautiful clear round coming from Giorgia Baldi. Now the second for Italy. The ride now for Angelica Francesca Pellicari riding Beauty de l'Epinette. Angelica, who was part of the silver medal winning team in Villamora in the Children's European Championships back in 2021. She rode on the junior team in the Netherlands last year with this horse. Like the way she rode the approach there, that was sensible, just giving herself the space that she needed to get straight for that combination. And that paid off. Look at this for an Italian team starting off with 2 out of 2 clear rounds. Absolutely perfect so far from the pair of them. Both Angelica and Giorgia have set the team up. So just needing one more clear from the final 2 to guarantee the 0 score. Well, this is where we move on now to Team Germany. You'll notice the gap for the Netherlands, because they in fact just have 3 riders in a team. So of course the Dutch will have to have counted the 4 from their first rider. Germany, though, also got the clear in that first rotation of riders from Emma Backel, or Emma Back. Now it's the turn of Victoria Schumacher riding Noah de Calvari. Rode on the Nations Cup team with Gomez a couple of weeks back in Centaur. It was a difficult day that day for the German team. They didn't get into the second round. Great start for the German team as well. Congratulations to Victoria Schumacher there as she delivers a clear round to ensure that the team, just like the Italians, are clear with both of their opening riders. As I said earlier, I'll maintain it now and I will keep going. Still be really surprised if the Genius doesn't end up in a jump-off later. Lady Jaffringa is next to go with Nischurentz Conclio. This is the turn of Austria's second combination to take on this Junior Nations Cup team, of course, here in Linz. I wonder if the whistle that you heard in the background there was a little bit to do with the fact that they're already a bit concerned that she might struggle with the time allowed and she needs to just move up a little. "69 seconds to remind you. It'll be nip and tuck." Ooh, first part of the combi down. Lost the Austrian team with a 16, so whatever happens here, they're going to count it. The time penalty does come. In fact, there's 2 of them. So it's a total of 10, and it's a 10 they'll have to count. So that puts the Austrian team on to a 10 as a best potential outcome here. Emily Gulliver goes next because it's the second rider for Great Britain. Of course, their first rider, Eve McCoy, picking up a score of 4. Emily, who was part of the gold medal winning team at the Children's European Championships last year, riding this horse, Glamour de Vie. She, of course, was also part of the bronze medal winning team the year before in the children's category. She's been to 3 youth Europeans, certainly one of the rising stars of British show jumping. First outing for the British teams this year, although she's been busy competing internationally in France and in Spain. Unfortunately, gets caught out after the water. And that moves the British team on now to a best outcome of 4. Certainly not an issue with the time allowed. Again, riding a really quick round. That's the fastest round we've seen. But it is on a score of 4. So both the opening 2 riders for Great Britain have 4 as a total score. Next to go, the Czech Republic. They started with a score of 16 from their opening rider. Now it's the turn of Vittori Pospililova riding Primavera van der Denehove. The children's European team last year, stepping up into the juniors this season. Oh, there was a big splash there. There's no escaping the 4 penalties for a foot in the water. There can't be many arenas that have 2 water jumps in. I mean, this is a huge space. In fact, I think it's probably the only time I ever see it. Well, it's a total of 8. They seem all to have sort of sussed what they need to do from the Times point of view. They're all getting inside quite comfortably. But it is a score of 8, and it is an 8 that will have to count towards the Czech Republic's opening round score. Next to go, we look to the second for Romania. They need a big round here after the problems their first rider had, picking up 31. No, so therefore keep that as a discard. Horea Butiaz is the next up. Jockey that won the individual title at the Balkan Championships in the children's category last year. Riding here with Qued Moritz. Part of that winning Nations Cup team in the juniors last week in Zidovic as well. Was just backed up on him a little bit coming round that corner. He had to push on and did a good job actually. Oh, he got deep. He couldn't change. There was nothing he could do with the problem he found himself in at the last. And unfortunately, it goes down. He was doing such a tremendous job. And there we have it. Changes in the blink of an eye. So Romania on a best outcome of 4. They have to count that score, sadly. One more to go in the second rotation of riders from the teams, and we will then have a little bit of a pause just for a bit of arena maintenance, only for 5 minutes or so. Poland's Emilia Ziba riding Gizant. And the first of the Polish riders picked up a score of 4. And that is 4 at the start, so we know that whatever happens now, Poland will also be on a score of 4 as a best outcome after 2 riders have gone. Well, she's put the first fence going down behind her, but at the end, at the last fence, it's the first and the last as they cross the finish line. For Emilia Ziba there for Poland. So that's the discard for the moment. So we're halfway through round one. 2 have gone from each team, and there are 3 teams that could yet finish on a 0 score. Although you have to look at the Italians and German teams in a positive light because they've both had 2 riders go clear. The Swiss team is the other team involved. They, of course, have had a time penalty in a clear. So they're all very, very tight. Hungary, the Netherlands, Great Britain and Romania, along with Poland, can yet finish on 4. Czech Republic on 8 and Austria on 10. That's how it stands at the moment. We'll come back in a few minutes' time.
Bislang für das Team aus Italien und Deutschland. Es geht in wenigen Augenblicken weiter mit den jeweils dritten Reitern jedes Teams im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors um den Preis von Brunnenhof Sportpferde. Clear so far the team of Italy and Germany. FEI Nations Cup Youth Juniors by Brunnenhof. Die besten 8 Teams nach der ersten Runde werden wir dann in der entscheidenden zweiten Runde im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors bei Brunnenhof sehen. Und jetzt geht's weiter mit der Schweiz, mit Kipper van der Berghöfe Z. Im Sattel sehen wir Lisa Kalatik, representing Switzerland. Die Schweiz 1 und 0 Punkte bisher. 1 point
Well, here we go with the third rider from each of the teams. Third rotation now. Lisa Galatic for the Swiss. So Switzerland with one penalty and a clear from the two riders we've seen so far. This another rider with European experience, rode in the Children's Europeans and Linz-Ebelsberg back in 2022. Clear round here would ensure that the Swiss team could still finish on 0, but they'd also then be in a position where the worst score they would end up on would be a 1. Now, got a little bit out of place coming into the combination, and Lisa riding her way out of trouble there. What a round that was. That's a quick round as well. 61.83. Brilliantly done. The Swiss are going very, very well indeed, and that keeps them looking towards a 0 score. But the worst outcome in round 1 now would be 1 penalty. Well, we turn our attention to Hungary, who are on a best outcome of 4. We've had an 8 and a 4 so far, so they're holding the 8 as a discard. Another rider that rode at Linz-Ebelsberg as part of the Children's European Championship team back in 2022. This is Sophia Mariana Hermann riding Quantico. Unfortunately, down it goes, so we're on 4, which will count, and now we're on 8, which will also count, so they were holding an 8 penalty discard. It'll move the Hungarian team now onto a best outcome of 12. Well, they're going to get a time penalty as well, so they cross the line on 17. It's the discard for the moment then for Team Hungary. That was Sophia Hermann and Quantico. Hungary now on a best outcome of 12. Well, there's the bell for Anna Ruggeri for Italy. The Italians, who have had a blinding start with Georgia and Angelica both going clear, need 1 clear from their next 2 riders to guarantee them a share of the lead going into round number 2. And this is Ishi Blue F, as Anna is the 3rd rider in the pack. Individual silver and part of that team medal silver winning performance as well at the Children's Europeans in Linz-Ebelsberg back in 2022. And that's gone. First fault for Italy for the day. But for the moment, whatever the score ends up being, they'll discard it and then hope they can get the clear with their final rider.
Punkte sind es für Angelica Francesca Ruccieri für Italien, 8 penalties, 6
So it is a score of 8, but it is discarded for the moment, as we said, so that we know that Italy could still finish on 0. We'll see what happens with their final rider. Now, in this third rotation, what is actually the second rider for the Netherlands, because they are a team of 3, so they are on a best outcome of 4 from their first rider, because all their scores have to count. Dan Adams now with Kate S. Rode on the Children's European team in Villamora in 2021. Certainly riding with a lot of confidence. Really attacking the fences. Oh, this is going to turn out to be a fast round. Got deep again, just got pulled in. Oh, he'd done so much, so well, and then again we've seen that happen, of course, to Horobutsa as well, didn't we, for the Romanian team. Just unfortunately unable to find the space, so that score for the Dutch puts them on to a team total of 8. Next up is Team Germany, of course the other nation with 2 clears from 2 riders. Now it's Licinol riding here with Dressed for Success. Team gold medal winner in the European Championships in Italy 2 years ago in the Children's Europeans. She finished 10th individually, riding this horse as well, so it's a partnership that have got experience together. Just the final fence to negotiate, and then Germany can celebrate a clear round and the guarantee of leading or sharing the lead going into the next round. They've got 3 from 3, and it's the perfect start for Team Germany. Still, of course, with another rider to come later on, but whatever happens, the pressure's off for their 4th rider at this stage. Well done to Lucy, and there we've Dressed for Success. Now to Team Austria, who are at best able to secure a score of 10. They're holding a discard of 16. It's Lena Beck now with Jendi S, part of the team back at the Europeans last year in the Children's Championship. That's another 4 to add for the home team's total. We'll make that 8, 12, and these are all counting because the 16 penalties is a discard. So that 12 unfortunately pushes the team up to a score of 22, and they're starting to be at risk of not qualifying for that second round because 8 teams come back in round number 2, so we will lose the 2 bottom place teams. Well, we turn our attention to Great Britain, who have so far had 4 apiece from their opening 2 riders. Eve McCoy and Emily Gulliver. Next up is going to be Chloe Morris. Here she comes. So Great Britain on a best outcome of 4 with a discard of 4. This is Amadeus DPSZ and rider Chloe May Morris. Chloe Morris here then, another jockey that has ridden at European level with the children's team in Aliva Nova back in 2022. British team making their first appearance of the season here in Austria in Linz. Is that gone? No, it stayed up. Just gave it a little rub. No, it did go. It was out of shot. Hard to see. And unfortunately, it has gone down. So Great Britain move on to a team score of 8. And that's gone, so this will be held as a discard for the moment. As she finishes on a total of 12, unfortunately for her, and that, as I said, means that the British team move on to a score of 8 penalties.
64.31 seconds for Great Britain.
So they've still got Harriet Hodge left to go. Meanwhile, the next on the team for the Czech Republic is Vanessa Hajakova, riding Campino B. Now the Czech team, who could yet finish on a score of 8 if they got 2 more clears, or got 2 clears, their discard is 16. Another that has stepped, another sort of rider that's stepping up, of course, into juniors this year, having been on the children's team last summer. First part. Combination, that final line all in all has been quite costly to some. Keeping it to just a 4 penalty score, and for the moment then the Czech team moving on to a best outcome of 12 penalties. So puts them level with Hungary. The bell for Romania next to go. Their third rider is Elena Botter, riding here with Ariana LVSZ. Twice ridden at European Youth Championships, also ridden as part of the team silver medal winning performance in 2023 at the Balkan Championships. Was on the winning team last week in Zurovic, although has changed horses this week. Again, it's a counting score, but just keeping it to the 4. So actually, from Romania's point of view, it moves them only onto a score of 8, which currently puts them level with the Dutch and Great Britain and keeps them ahead of the Czech Republic and Hungary. So one more rider to go, or not, as the case may be. No, we have one more rider to go. I was getting confused. Julia Ganoska riding Jonina Blue F, the final rider in this third rotation before we go to the last rider from each of the teams. Poland with an 8 and a 4, so clear around here would keep them looking at 4 as a final score. Julia riding in the anchor position. It's her third year of jumping on junior teams. She rode on the children's team at the Europeans in 22 and then has ridden on the European team as well in juniors for the last 2 years. This ride has been very much part of that journey. Clear around here is going to keep Poland in the hunt, but it's the final fence again. Oh, golly gosh, that front rail has drawn them in. So, also with 4, it means the team move on to a best outcome of 8. So with one rider now to go, we start the final rotation from each of these 10 teams. If the final rider was to go clear, they would finish on the scores they currently have as best outcomes. Of course, Germany we know will finish on 0 because they have 3 clears. Italy and Switzerland could yet finish on a 0 score. And then there's a little bit of a step back because you're looking at 8s for Poland, Romania, Great Britain and the Netherlands, 12 then for the Czech Republic and for Hungary. Austria at best can finish on 22. Victoria Sheberkov is now next up. Last rider out for Team Switzerland. Here with Henzo des Motants. Spent the last few years jumping in ponies, having ridden at the last 3 Pony European Championships. Now into the world of juniors. Yeah, we knew it was always going to be a struggle. She just lost that momentum, got that little bit too deep at the first part of the combination. And it is a shame because she had ridden such a strong round. But unfortunately, it is a score of 4, which from the Swiss's point of view, it's not the end of the world because it means they actually finish on a score of 1 penalty. But 1 penalty is 1 penalty, it's not 0. And in this case will mean that they're slightly offset from Germany at least going into that second round. Keeps it tight, I'm not saying it doesn't, but big difference. It still is. Now to Hungary, who with a clear round here could lock down a 12 penalty score. Nora Farkas here is the anchor rider with Rolls-Royce. It's a nice name for a horse, isn't it? Rolls-Royce. Making a Nations Cup debut as well, I believe, for Nora. And now the discard for Hungary is 17, so if fencers do start to go down, the scores are all going to count up to a 17. Oh, what a finish for Team Hungary. They've locked down the 12 penalty score with that beautiful clear round. Hugely important moment for the team here today as they look to try and progress into the second round. Tremendous performance from the anchor rider on her debut. Now to Italy, who have started off today in such a good place with 2 clear rounds. And then got that 8 penalty score from their third rider. So pressure on a little bit, you would say, to the last to go, whether they think it or not, because they need a clear round to ensure that Italy, like Germany, go into round number 2 on 0. And it'll then keep them ahead of the Swiss. Of course, though, the worst outcome for them today in round 1 will end up being an 8 penalty score. Another of the team riders in the children's category last year who's stepping... she was in juniors last year, wasn't she? She jumped at the Europeans as a junior, getting in a medal with another rider. This is a shame because there goes the... Oh, and it's the next... Oh, that is... big swing for the Italians who started off so well, and this round was going well, and now it's just come undone. It means that Italy are going to go into the next round on a total of 8, despite having 2 clears. Their final rider coming over the line on 16. They have to count the 8 they were holding as a discard. So it's an 8 penalty score for the Italian team in round 1 of this Junior Nations Cup. Switzerland, we know, are locked in on their 1 penalty. Germany, we know, are locked in on a clear. So we know it's going to be Germany, Switzerland, 1 and 2. In fact, Germany are going to have the outright lead going through into the second round. Either way, now it's for the Dutch to see what they can do. This team of 3 has Linsgate van Middenop And this is Nippon Quality. Third and final rider to go for Team Netherlands, who have so far had 4 apiece from their first 2 riders, and therefore this counts as well. Ranske was a silver medalist, or team silver medalist in the Pony Europeans a few years ago, then got on to ride Children's Europeans. Now looking into her first real season of pushing for a team place in the juniors. Aga do, jumper clear, and that's what you do. No, I'm not going to sing that again. Right, well done to the Netherlands, cracking round there from the final rider out for the Dutch of Nippon Quality. They, as a team of 3, have locked in on a score of 8. It keeps them tied in equal second, as things stand, with the team from Italy. As no other team can actually get to the finish on 4, it means that we're going to either have a lot of teams tied in equal second on an 8 penalty score. But that's great news for us. Germany with their final rider. Of course, we know the score is confirmed as a 0. They've had 3 clears. But their chance now for Leah Renner, who's riding Ludwig, to have their chance in round 1. The second round looking a lot more crucial, we will see. Absolute perfection from Team Germany today. They are certainly enjoying the party. Great news for Germany. They are clear. All 4 riders perfectly positioned. They cannot do more, can they? More confidence. That's going to give them a massive boost of confidence going into the next round, as they will have the outright lead, although the Swiss just 1 penalty behind them. Austria in a slightly more difficult position because of the 22 being the current best outcome for the team. Hanna Politz riding Lino P is the last rider out. Austria as well still holding a 16 penalty discard. That's a shame. But they do get over the last, so it is an 8 penalty score, and unfortunately from the home team's perspective it means they finish, by my maths at least, on a total of 30. So we'll get that confirmed in a moment when the system catches up. Yeah, 30 is the agreed score. 4 more riders to go. Harriet Hodge looking to try and anchor in the team for Great Britain here, who are holding a 12 penalty discard, but are on a best outcome of 8, so they could join Italy and the Netherlands in equal third going into the next round, just 2 fences off the lead and keeping themselves very much in the podium hunt, but they definitely need a clear round from Harriet Hodge and from this ride for Harriet, which is Lethal Weapon. She was also part of that bronze medal winning team at the Pony European Championships in Le Mans a couple of years ago. Really well ridden. Oh, brilliant finish. Absolutely superb for Great Britain as well. Their final rider comes up trumps and delivering on the promise with the clear, as Harriet Hodge and Lethal Weapon anchor the team into a final score of 8 and an equal third position going into the next round. It secures that position for them. In and through they go. Well, the next to go is the Czech Republic, slightly precariously sat because they're on a best outcome of 12, but they're holding a 16 penalty discard. So Vaclav Humplik riding here with Pythagoras de Guderheed. So here we go for the Czech Republic. Had a great performance as a individual at the Children's Europeans last summer when these two finished in the top 10 individually. And rode his other horse on the Nations Cup team last week in Zurich at home. Keeping a very calm head. Time might be a problem though. Oh, the last has gone. Said that a few times through this class. For the score, and it moves the Czech team on to a total of 16 as a final score. So I'm waiting for the system to catch up, but I've got them on 16 on my pen and paper scorecard. 2 to go. At the moment, the Czech Republic team would be one of the two that would drop out alongside Austria. But Romania, who had that 31 with the problems from their opening combination, which of course is a discard, are in a position where they could yet finish on 8 and be tied in third, and if it goes awfully wrong then they could be out in round 1. So a lot to think about here for Brianna Ella Vasil and LA Style K as the last rider to go in the team. Part of the winning team with this horse, though, just 7 days ago in Zidovic in the Junior Nations Cup there. Be careful to the last. Frustrating from their side because it's just dropped them onto a score of 16 penalties. They now full level with the Czech Republic, and we're going to have to look at the clock. And, well, that actually does... I'm just having a little look now. I think they're certainly faster than the Czech team, with our score of 16. There's one more team to go, one more rider to go. The worst outcome, actually, for this next team, I think would still be enough, because I think, as it stands, the 16 they'd score would be faster than the Czech Republic's team. But they would like to finish on the 8 that is available to them. It's Poland up next. Patryk Starecki is the rider with Jericho as the last rider out in round 1 of this FEI Youth Nations Cup for the juniors. And having twice ridden at the Junior European Championships, they put the experience in the anchor role. To remind you as well, there's a break after this class, the second round of this Nations Cup, due to get underway at 12:50 here this morning, or this afternoon I should say. Perfect. Well, there we go. Poland will, with that clear round, also sit in equal third place. We've got 4 teams on 8 penalties going into the next round. Well done, though, to Team Germany. The only team to have had all 4 of their riders go clear, so therefore the only team on 0. The Swiss team, though, are keeping them very honest in terms of scores. They're only 1 penalty behind on that 1 score. Poland, Italy, Great Britain and the Netherlands all on 8. Hungary on 12. And Romania on 16. Of course, the Czech Republic also on 16, but a little bit slower in terms of overall time. And Austria unfortunately, the home team on a score of 30. So we'll look forward to the second round. As I've mentioned, it starts at 12:50 Central European time. Wherever you're joining us from around the world, please come back and join us, because we're now going to have the individuals, but then we'll get set for the second round after that with the juniors. It's going to be thrilling, and I still wonder if it'll end up in a jump-off. We'll wait and see, but Germany certainly have got an advantage. Can they keep it? Come back and find out live on FEI TV.
196,43. Auf Rang 6 die Niederlande mit 8 Punkten, 197,58. Auf Rang 7 Ungarn mit 12 Punkten und auf dem 8. Rang Rumänien mit 16 in 194,58 Sekunden. Jene 8 Teams werden wir in gestützter Reihenfolge zum Ergebnis der ersten Runde dann in der entscheidenden zweiten Runde im FEI Nations Cup Youth Juniors sehen. Wenn vor 25 geht es dann weiter mit dem Junior Individuals Preis der Firma Papas. Die besten 8 für die zweite Runde: Deutschland, Schweiz, Polen, Italien, Großbritannien, die Niederlande, Ungarn und Rumänien. Qualified for the second round, the teams of Germany, Switzerland, Poland, Italy, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Hungary and Romania.
Juniors individual presented by Papas, ladies and gentlemen. Zwölf Hindernisse und 15 Sprünge in der Bahn. Die ist 430 Meter lang. Bei einem gerittenen Tempo von 375 Metern pro Minute ergibt das eine erlaubte Zeit von 69 Sekunden. So, ladies and gentlemen, the junior individual class presented by Papas over 12 obstacles and 15 efforts is 430 meters long. By a speed of 375 meters per minute is the time allowed 69 seconds. Das erste Pferd ist bei uns der Westfale Sakrileg von der Stalypso, wird geritten von Annalena Gasperl, Österreich, Austria. Schade, der zweimalige Ungehorsam des Pferdes wird leider zum Ausscheiden eliminated for the second disobedience. Garanza van de Bumgatschur ist bei uns und Filip Skrzynski aus Polen, Poland next to go. Filip Skrzynski bleibt fehlerfrei, 65,13 Sekunden. Das ist hier die Bestmarke, clear 65.13 seconds. High Quality von Quality Time und Ellen Hood, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Und das sind heute 20 Fehlerpunkte und 65,64 Sekunden. 20 points in 65,64 seconds. Orbit, die belgische Stute von Talan, wird geritten von Gabriel Sagni-Minucci aus Italien, Italy. Für Orbit und Gabriel Sagni-Minucci sind es 4 Fehlerpunkte, 65,77 Sekunden vor Panel des CDs in 65,77 seconds. Und es kommt Nikias Lici an den Start von einem Special de Meuse und Malin Caveng aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Nikias Lici und Malin Caveng sind 4 Fehlerpunkte, 64,31 vor Penalties, 64,31 seconds. Es kommt das Cinnamon an den Start und Petros Giorgio aus Zypern, Cyprus. Der zweimalige Ungehorsam von Cinnamon führt leider zum Ausscheiden von Petros Giorgio, eliminated due to the second disobedience. Dann kommt Lubali an den Start, geritten von Alexia Iona Ciuca aus Rumänien. Und das sind 8 Fehlerpunkte und 64,5 Sekunden. It's 8 penalties in 64.5 seconds. Wild Hunter, Oldenburg international gezogen, 13-jähriger Wallach von Varant und Nikola Simanlova aus Tschechien, Czech Republic. (16 Punkte sind und 66,72 Sekunden, 16 points in 66.72 seconds. Und dann Staffael, der Österreicher von Staccato Gold, und Jolina Moser, Spitzenstädter, Österreich, Austria. Der Verdachter zweimalig ungehorsam leider zum Ausscheiden, eliminated for the second disobedience. Kensington von Casago mal Harlem, Niederländer, 10 Jahre alt, und Martina Bianchi aus Italien, Italy. Schade, die letzte Stange gefallen, 4 Fehlerpunkte und 66,51. For penalties 66.51 seconds. Caddy van Het Heikantoff heißt das nächste Pferd und wird geritten von Sofia Maria Catana aus Rumänien, Romania. Punkte sind es und 63,89, jetzt 20.63.89 seconds. Und jetzt kommt der Kalunu Terdolen an den Start und wird geritten von Elodie Hanselmann aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. 12 Punkte, 62,1, 2 Sekunden, 12 points in 62.12 seconds. Und dann kommt Chelsea zu uns und Francesca Di Giovanni aus Italien, Italy. Chelsea und Francesca Di Giovanni 4 Punkte notieren wir in 64,632 4 penalties in 64.63 seconds. Immer Giulia Rizet und Madison Seathouse, Großbritannien, Great Britain, next to go. Und da sind es 21 Punkte, 17 für Zeitüberschreitung in 85,4 Sekunden, 21 points, 17 for time, 85.4 seconds. Und dann Forrest Gump AMB und Jana Wurm, Österreich, Austria. Der zweimalige Ungehorsam von Forrest Gump, AMB führt zum Ausscheiden von Jana Worm, eliminated for the second disobedience. White Spark Pepper, Ruby Payne, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Das sind 4 Fehlerpunkte, 67,38 Sekunden vor Penalties in 67.38 seconds. Und dann kommt der Marcinto an den Start von Centurion Denver und Evie Doris, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Das sind 16 Punkte, 65,57, 16 points, 65.57 seconds. Frau Jahn vielleicht einmal kurz bei der schwarzen HD Equestrian Planke vorbeischauen. Recht herzlichen Dank. Und dann kommt Jumbo B an den Start von Star Power und Julia Handke, Österreich, Austria. 8 Fehlerpunkte und 64,73 Sekunden. Jumbo B und Julia Handke. Penalties 64.73 seconds. Wir verabschieden uns in die Pause. Short break. Filip Skaczynski führt fehlerfreien 65,13 Sekunden für Polen in der Lead. Poland with Filip Skaczynski. Die Bodenpflege ist abgeschlossen, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Polen führt mit Filip Skrzynski, fehlerfrei 65,13 Sekunden. Vor Malin Kaweng, Francesca Di Giovanni zurzeit Rang 3, auf Rang 4 Gabriel Sagni-Minucci und auf Rang 5 Martina Bianchi. Und eröffnet wird die zweite Hälfte des Starterfeldes im Preis der Firma Pappas Automobilvertriebs GmbH von Grace, Oldenburg international gezogen, 8-jährige Stute von Cannon und Lordanos und Leon Hentjen, der kommt aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Das sind 4 Fehlerpunkte, 64,78 jetzt vor Penalties sind 64,78 seconds. Der Durchsteller Kur von Clarence C. und Alison Ramos-Burgard aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Acht Punkte sind 64,99 Sekunden, 8 penalties in 64,99 seconds. Dann kommt Karl GB an den Start von Kasalk und Akkord 2 und Sascha Beck aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Schade, da ist die Reise leider bei Hindernis Nummer 10, dem HD-Kästchen Plankensprung zu Ende. Karl Gebär Sascha Beek scheiden aus durch zweimaligen Ungehorsam des Pferdes, eliminated for the second disobedience. RSH Monbeck Marshall von Adagio, 10-jähriger Wallach unter dem Sattel von Sophie Campbell, Großbritannien, Great Britain. Sophie Campbell, 4 penalties it is in 63.55 seconds, 4 Fehlerpunkte, 63,55. Dann Merle von Glasgow von Herz, Merels Nest und Luca Alexandru Popa aus Rumänien, Romania. Schade, hier führt auch der zweimalige Ungehorsam des Pferdes zum Ausscheiden, eliminated for the second disobedience. Und dann kommt Vallano an den Start von Valentino und Elia Migliaccio aus Italien, Italy. 12 Punkte notieren wir für Vallano und Elia Migliocci. In 67,91 Sekunden 12. Penalties 67.91 seconds. Borussia und Lorena Stella Hauri aus der Schweiz, Switzerland. Schade, die Zeit wäre es gewesen. 4 Punkte, das letzte Hindernis gefallen. Borussia und Lorena Stella Hauri 61,77 Sekunden. Dennoch der zweite Zwischenrang. 4 penalties. It is in 61.77 seconds. The second place at the moment. Vielleicht darf man sich da bereithalten zur Siegerehrung der besten 5. Karte dort Z von Gelsini, Z und Darko. Aber Ferch, Deutschland, Germany. Schade, auch hier ist bei Hindernis Nummer 10 die Reise vorzeitig gezündet, eliminated due to the second disobedience of the horse. Und jetzt kommt der Khalifa SRH von Toulon und Nadia Bokowska aus Polen, from Poland. Das sind 8 Fehlerpunkte, 66,6 Sekunden. 8 penalties, time 66.6 seconds. Balotelli begrüßen wir von dem Balloduré und Contendro 1 und Brian Beerbaum, Deutschland, Germany. Acht Punkte, Balotelli und Brian Beerbaum in 64,82 Sekunden. 8 penalties in 64.82 seconds. Und da ist Kabil Hannoveraner von FEI Quaid und Staccato und Enrico Santoni aus Italien, Italy. Acht Fehlerpunkte, 67,15 Sekunden. 8 penalties, 67.15 seconds. Retutabel Quintus Z von Romanov und Diana Kabanova aus der Slowakei, Slowakia. Und das insgesamt 12 Fehlerpunkte in 67,71. It's 12 penalties, 67.71 seconds. Wir schauen auf Ottawa von Oliver Obolensky und Alf FEI per Großbritannien, Great Britain. Zwölf Punkte um 65,9, 8 12 penalties, 65.98 seconds. Castro, Holsteiner von Connor und Silike Selinde Patkurs, Ungarn, Hungary. Schade, hier führt der Sturz leider zum Haus der Reiterin, eliminated for the fall of the rider. Der 9-jährige Oldenburg international gezogene Hengst, der Arca de Luz von Cornet de Luz, und Jacob Blue wird geritten von Michaela Mario Chamaras aus Italien, Italy. 4 Punkte für Arca de Luz und Michaela Mariot-Jamaras. 64,78 vor Penalties in 64,78 seconds. Und da kommt Jack an den Start. 11-jähriger Niederländer von Toulon und Hannah Blandfort aus Deutschland, Germany. Es sind 8 Fehlerpunkte, 66,98, 8 Penalties, 66,98 seconds. Der Rheinländer Lord Beckham von Lord Weingart und Raffaela Weichselbraun, Österreich, Austria. Laut Beckham und Raffaela Weichselbraun 22 Punkte sind es, 2 für Zeitüberschreitungen, 70,54, 22 points, 2 for time, 70,54 seconds. Und hier ist das letzte Pferd, hört auf den Namen Cartouche und wird geritten von Bethany Foss aus den Niederlanden, der Netherlands, last to go. Das ist natürlich besonders bitter. Der Sturz vor Hindernis Nummer 1 führt zum Ausscheiden. Somit gewinnt Filip Skaczynski mit Karanza van der Baumgart Schuhe für Polen fehlerfrei in 65,13 Sekunden. Das ist die Siegerehrung der Junior individuelle Prüfung über die Höhe von 1,40 Meter. Den Preis der Firma Papas gewinnt mit einem fehlerfreien Ritt, mit dem einzig fehlerfreien Ritt in 65,13 Sekunden. Karanza von der Baumgart und Filip Skaczynski aus Polen, from Poland. Da dürfen wir Sie bitten, sich zu erheben, von Ihren Plätzen zu Ehren des Siegers ertönt die Hymne Polens. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to stand for the anthem of Poland. Gratulation, Philipp Srecinski. Die offiziellen Glückwünsche überbringt Herr Christian Knoller für die internationale Jury dieser Prüfung. Petra Janot mit den Ehrenpreisen der Firma Papas. Auf dem zweiten Rang Borussia, Lorena Stella Auri, Schweiz, Switzerland. Der dritte Rang, RSH, Momberg Marshall, Sophie Campbell, Großbritannien, Great Britain, congratulations. Gratulieren der Schweiz mit Nikias Lichy, Malin Caveng, Switzerland, the fourth place. Und Chelsea zu Rang 5 mit Francesca Di Giovanni, Italien, Italy. Das war die Sieger und noch einmal dürfen wir gratulieren dem Sieger Philipp Srecinski und den platziert mit unserem Applaus auf der Ehrenrunde der Lap of Honor.
Das war nun der Sieger und die Siegerin im Junior Individual Preis der Firma Papas. Wenige Minuten, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, pünktlich um 12:50 Uhr beginnt dann die entscheidende zweite Runde im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors Preis von Bronnenhof. Sportpferde. Wenige Minuten bis zum Beginn der entscheidenden zweiten Runde FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors bei Brunnenhof. Die besten 8 Teams aus der ersten Runde werden wir jetzt in der entscheidenden zweiten Runde sehen. Rumänien, Ungarn, die Niederlande, Großbritannien, Italien, Polen, die Schweiz und Deutschland. 4 minutes to go. Falls ich jetzt zu uns gekommen bin, sind noch einmal die Parcoursdaten. Die zweite Runde im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors bei Brunnenhof. 12 Hindernisse, 15 Sprünge, 430 Meter die erlaubte Zeit bei einem gerittenen Tempo von 375 Meter pro Minute, eine erlaubte Zeit von 69 Sekunden. Die zweite entscheidende Runde im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors bei Brunnenhof wird eröffnet vom Team Rumäniens mit Famos Cosena BS Senior Elena Ilinka Bana representing Romania. 16 Punkte am Konto nach der ersten Runde Rumänien.
Underway with the second round of our Nations Cup. the team jumping here today for the youth. As you can see, we get started with the first of our teams being Romania in this second round, and Elena Barra out there at the moment. Oh dear, just getting caught over the upright after the water. She had a difficult opening round, but now Romania still squeezing through. They squeezed in on a score of 16 penalties. Of course, we've lost two teams at the end of round one, Czech Republic and the home team, Austria. It's going to be an awfully tight second round, though, because there's not a lot between any of them. Total is 12 for the first of the team. The 12 penalties there, but for the moment can be a discard score. So that was first for Romania, now to the first for Hungary. And this next combination picked up an 8 penalty score in round one. Hungary, who come forward into the second round on a total of 12 on their own on that score. 4 ahead of Romania, but 4 off the podium. The podium at the moment that is got a sort of 4-way tie, because we've got 4 teams, Netherlands, Great Britain, Italy and Poland, all on 8. And then you get to the top 2 with the Swiss on 1 in second place, and Germany, of course, who had a faultless round. Now this is Hannah Badai riding Oliver Odeveld. To remind you as well, the time allowed on this course is set at 69 seconds, which the beginning of the first round caught a few, but realistically, majority were going round in sort of 66 seconds as a sort of average time, some a little bit faster than that even. And this line at the end, the combination, especially this final fence, proved to be a little bit tough, and again, it's just that little bit short. You've got the water tray with the white poles. It draws the horse into the bottom of it. You can see them looking down in times, and then that front rail sadly just becomes the problem. Well,
die Niederlande mit Plot Royal am Startrenz representing the Netherlands.
I think we
aus der ersten Runde bringen die Niederlande in die zweite Runde mit. 8 points so far for the first round.
Yeah, the Dutch team. Now the Dutch have a team of 3. We should mention that. So all the scores have to count. They have a rider here at the beginning. In the second rotation of riders is where we miss the Dutch, and then they come back with their final 2 riders in those 3rd and 4th slots. This is Ren Gutela. Started with a 4 penalty score for the Netherlands. The Dutch, as I say, on this team of 8. Plot Royal. By Plot Blue, having come out of a Cavalier Royal mare. We saw that happen a couple of times in the first round, although there's no shadow quite like there was in the first round. So I think just having a little look into the bottom of it. And unfortunately, again, finishing on a score of 4 as the first to go for the Dutch. So obviously that does have an impact on their score. It will move the Dutch team on to 12, but we won't worry about that for the moment, because obviously, whereas all the other teams will have a discard, they will not. Eve McCoy is the first up for Great Britain with Gelinde DV. The British team, one of these quartet of teams on a score of 8. Eve, who picked up a score of 4 in the first round. one of the medal winners from 2021's children's team in Villamora. Now it was this line that caught her out because Hukkalinde had a little look into the bottom of the plank, the second part of this line, in the first round. She did all she could, to be fair. She was prepared for it. And again, he had a look. There's not much more she could do. Everything else absolutely perfect, but it is a score of 4, and I'm sure Eve will perhaps be a little bit frustrated, but at the same time you can't ask really. She was prepared for the problem. She knew what was coming. She did all she could to mitigate it, but unfortunately there was not a lot more that could be done, and that is a score of 4. Haven't had a clear round yet in this second round. Could it come from these two? They jumped clear in the first round, so they're looking to try and secure a double clear round for themselves. The Italian team, in fact, had 2 clears. In the end, this team on a score of 8 as well, as we know. And this is Giorgia Baldi riding Carnival van Waterhof. Ooh. She looked to turn quite swiftly and ended up just a little bit out of position, and sadly it's not going to be the double clear for the first of the Italian team. So it's all pretty even at the moment because everybody's scoring 4s. Well, there's another team on 8, and that is the Polish team. Marta Pisiek and Lady Gaga 49 is the first to go. Hello, here they come. These two just had that one fence down in the opening round of jumping a couple of hours ago. Somehow got over the plank, but again, she might struggle here. She's going to be, yep. Just rushing a little bit into the fences, and that, I think, what cost her at the parallel. It certainly cost her at the double. Well, the combination, and it's a big expense. It's the first real mistake we've seen as well from one of the teams in this grouping for third. As we'll know, with this yet could be and will be kept as a discard, but it just adds a little bit more for the others to do. 34 come the end of the round for the first of the Polish team. So that with Lady Gaga was Marta Pisiek, then So we'll see how that has a bearing a little later. 2 more riders to go, 2 more teams for us to see, and it's the top 2 teams that, of course, we turn our attention to. Just the one single penalty between them, the Swiss and Team Germany. And Switzerland's Eva Sacker, LB Crumble, was first out, of course, in that opening round. Very first to go, the pathfinder for the whole competition, and she picked up that single time penalty that the Swiss team ended up having to use. But I don't want to say it was a bad round, because when you're the very first to go and you leave all the fences standing and you just pick up a time penalty, I think that's a very good round. But it has made the difference and put the Swiss team, at least for the moment, out of sync. And we need to remember, of course, Germany, well, not only no time penalties, just nothing across all 4 of their riders. Ooh, it almost looked like a misstep. Middle of the combination down. But okay with the clock. But this time it's a score of 4. We still haven't got it clear. So those teams on 8 inevitably will be hoping that they can maybe see mistakes come from the top 2 teams that will allow them to climb up the order. But this team, I am pretty sure, just want to repeat what they did in round 1. Emma Buck riding Con Deleska. Team Germany's opening combination. Looking to keep up the faultless record, give us our double clear and give us our first clear of round 2. So far, so good. Final line. Might just need, the time should be okay. Oh, front rail's gone. Middle of the combination. Front rail falls and still the clear is elusive in round 2. So we've seen the 8 opening riders, of which 6 of them have finished on 4 and none of them have managed to clear. So it's all even Stevens as you were, really. But now we go to the second rider of Romania. So into this second rotation of riders, this a combination that picked up 4. He had the very last fence down in the first round, having done everything else correct. Harar Butiaz riding Quaid Moritz, the second rider out for this team. To remind you, there will be no Dutch rider in the second rotation, as they are a team of 3. Already, though, Romania holding 12 penalties as a discard. As the opening two parts of the line, it was the last fence he had down last time round. He's trying to be careful. He got away with a little tap and roll, but it stayed up. But in the end, it's an 8 penalty score, an 8 that will all count towards the team score. So as a best outcome from Romania's perspective in this Nations Cup, now they move on to a team total of 24. Well, Anna Milner is the next up. It's Hungary. Hungary on a team total of 12, 4 from their first rider. This is Donna Clara.
So far, Hungary.
Got away with the first part because they certainly gave it a nudge. Is this to be? Yes, it is. There's the first clear of round number 2, and it goes to Hungary. That can certainly pay dividends for that team. Trying to move up from 7th place. So they, for the moment at least, remain on an outcome that could yet see them finish on a total of 12. So to remind you, there is no second rider in the draw for the Dutch. So they, with the 4 penalties from their first rider, are on a best outcome of 12. So now level with Hungary. It's amazing what a clear round will do. Now Great Britain, Emily Gulliver and Glamour de Vie. The second rider out for the British team, who are hoping to try and keep themselves on that 8 penalty score, although now have that 4 penalty discard from Eve. This is the combination that were part of the children's team gold medal winning performance last summer at the European Championships. Now trying to become part of the junior team for the season ahead. Emily just had that one fence in round 1. Oh, that's a big splash. She wasn't where she wanted to be at takeoff. It all just goes a little bit wrong at the water now. She's just going to keep a calm head. And repeating the score of the first round, but a big pat. No fences falling. It's a big splash on this occasion. It's hard to tell from the angle we had, but from what we could see, I would suggest that she perhaps just ended up taking off too early. So sadly, that means Great Britain actually now moving on to a team score of 12. So Hungary, who... Again, you can see where that clear round's really paid dividends, because they've now caught up with the Dutch and the British. What about Italy? Glam for the Italians. The next up is Beauty della Pianette and Angelica Francesca Bellicari. Another clear from round 1. As I said, we've had one clear in round 2, but what we haven't seen is a double clear across both rounds yet. So this is certainly a rider who has that opportunity. We saw a total of 12 clear rounds in round number 1. And this tough final line, again, just giving herself enough space. Sets up. Really well ridden. Time is fine. And we've got a double clear. Big round of applause for Angelica and her ride beauty, because that keeps Italy on target to finish potentially on a score of 8. But from a personal perspective as well, to jump a double clear is so difficult. And in any Nations Cup, to come in and repeat what you did in round 1 and round 2 is a phenomenal achievement. So great news for the Italian team. The clear round coming their way. What about the team from Poland? Really tough start for the Polish team, of course, now knowing they have a discard of 34 to try and avoid. Emilia Ziba is the second rider out for the Polish team, had 8 penalties in round 1 and was in fact their discard score. This is Gizant. And Poland obviously wanting to do what they can to try and stay on that at 8 that they started this round with. Didn't look a huge amount wrong, but the poles have gone down. And she's on 8, and of course it all counts. It means Poland are going to drop behind all bar Romania as it stands, so they will fall from equal third down into 7th place following that round, because they move on to a score of 16.
8 penalties, 66.39 for Poland.
Well, the next, of course, will be the Swiss team, and this is another rider that will be hunting down a double clear round after that first round clear. Philippa Bissang, VDL Legodremus PP, both Switzerland and Germany, with their first riders having a fence down apiece, keeping things pretty much even Stevens. Swiss really need a clear just to put a bit of pressure on Germany, because if all they do is match each other, that one-time penalty is going to work to Germany's advantage. Well done. Double clear round for Philippa Bissang. Clear round for Team Switzerland. Keeps them aiming at that 1 penalty score. And means now we've seen 2 double clears around this course in this Junior Nations Cup competition here in Linz. So the attention now moves to the leaders from Germany, to Vittoria Schumacher and Noah de Cavalieri. Obviously, as part of the German team, they were clear in round number 1. But Germany, unfortunately, with their first rider in round 2, having a fence down, picking up some faults. And if Victoria was to have a fence down, that would swap Switzerland and Germany at the top of the table. Nicely done. So Germany matching the Swiss round for round, and it's a double clear round for Vittoria Schumacher, and Germany still able to wrap up the day on a 0 score if they get 2 more clears. So nothing changing between the first two in terms of the scores as we are halfway through round 2. And we're going to take a little pause for arena maintenance, but best outcomes as they stand: Germany 0, Switzerland 1. Italy now the only team that could finish on 8, sitting in 3rd place on their own. Now tied in 4th, we have Hungary, the Netherlands and Great Britain. Poland dropping back into 7th place, and Romania still sitting in 8th.
Es geht in wenigen Augenblicken weiter mit den dritten Reitern jedes Teams in der finalen zweiten Runde FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors bei Brunnenhof. Und wir beginnen mit Rumänien. Mit Erin LVSZ und Anda Elena Bochita representing Romania.
Welcome back. Here we go with the second half of the second round, the deciding round potentially, although I did say earlier I thought it might end up in a jump-off, but the fact that the top two teams have got a time penalty dividing them might make that maybe a little bit less likely than I thought. Either way, it is certainly close, and nothing yet is decided. Now, to Romania. The team who could yet still finish on a score of 24, and Elena Botea riding Erien LVSZ. Jump for a total of 4 in round 1. Romania, unfortunately, holding a discard of 12 at the moment in this round. They've had to count an 8, which is what moves their score to 24. What a boost for the team. What a brilliant round. Clear round, and that very well ridden with Erien LVS there from Elena Botea. So great news for the Romanian team after what has, as I said, been a difficult competition so far. Keeps them focused going into the last round in due course. Now for Hungary. Now Hungary have sort of made a move because they've had a clear round already, which has meant they could yet still finish on 12. They're holding a 4 penalty score as a discard. Sofia, Mariana, Herman now and Quantico. This combination, though, were the discard. They had a difficult opening round. If they can tidy that up, again, it could see Hungary getting ahead of the likes of Great Britain, the Netherlands, who are all tied now on 12. Of course, they've already moved ahead of Poland, who are on 16. But can they stay there? Well, they got away with the first part of that line, but not the second. They might run into time problems as well. 69 seconds time allowed. It's going to go over. 6 is the score, and 6 they will be able at least to discard for the moment. But they do then have to now include the 4 from their opening combination in this round, so it moves them on to 18, total of 16. So now drops them level with Poland and adds a little bit of breathing room for the Dutch and Great Britain. Talking of which, they go next. Dan Adams back now for the Netherlands with Kate S. This team of 3, currently on a score of 12 across what we have seen from 2 rounds so far. This partnership finishing for a total of 4 in the first round. If I recall correctly, and I'm never sure if I do or I don't in these situations, I think he had the last fence down in round 1. Gets quite quick towards the fences, you can see. Sort of really fires to the fences. He's too far off. Somehow he got over that. You see what I mean? It just looks a little bit untidy. I mean, it seems to work, but it won't work at the last part of this line if he does what he did. It had to run out eventually. He just got... Yeah, he jumped the last, but it was the combination that's gone down. I'm sure he is still in control. It just doesn't look as in control as some of the others. Either way, repeats the score of 4, and the Dutch now moving on to a score of 16 penalties. We move on to Chloe May Morris. Chloe here with Atmadeus DPSZ. British rider who was part of the European team in 22 in Spain. Now this combination had the 12 penalty score in round 1. Great Britain still able to finish on a total of 12, but they're holding a 4 penalty discard at the moment. So that front rail going off that parallel does move the British team just for the moment on to 16 as well. Gets away with a little tap coming in. And unfortunately just gets caught coming out. But with the last going as well, she repeats the score as round 1. Just those little moments that make differences. We've seen it time and time again with horses and riders in this class. Going round for 12 is not a bad round, but you could have easily gone round and done a clear round as well. It's just, you never quite know what will work out when and how it'll all turn out at the end. So now Anna Ruggeri and Ishi Blue F. Actually, with Great Britain dropping onto a score of 16, it's opened the door quite wide here for the Italians. They are holding a 4 penalty discard. Of course, they had that clear round from their previous rider, which was Angelica. This is Ishi Blue F. Had 8 in round 1. This is about to turn into a huge round. Oh, brilliant. Italy, congratulations. Because I don't know if they've worked it out yet, but that means they've just guaranteed themselves 3rd place. Absolutely nailed on podium now, because the worst available score for the Italians is 12. Well, outside of Switzerland and Germany, no one else can better a score of 16, including Poland, who go next. So it is guaranteed podium here for Team Italy with that clear. Now Poland, though, who would, I'm sure, dearly like to stick to the 16, that keeps them in the battle for 4th. But they are holding that 34 penalty discard that's making things just a little bit awkward for them. Their 3rd rider, Julia Ganowska, riding here with Johnny and Blue F. Combination that jumped round for 4 in the first round. Really classy bit of riding here. And that's secure. Oh, no, a fence has gone. There is a 4. We didn't necessarily see it. I wondered if it was the final part of the combination. But either way, close but no. They finished then on that score of 4. So from the team's perspective, they have to add that on. And therefore move on to a total of 20. So they've only actually got a 4-point margin, or a 4 penalty margin, now on Romania for a team that started in 3rd. But now we come to the battle at the top, the important rounds here, because they need it to be clear to keep the pressure on. Lisa Galatic was clear in the first round, but she's not clear in this round. And that opens a door to Germany, because of course now the Swiss are on a score of 5 as a best outcome, which means when the next German rider enters the arena, if they jump a clear round, Germany win it. Again, just, well, it won't change the 5 for the moment, but it does increase the discard. And for a combination that delivered a clear in round 1, you would have hoped they could have done it again, but unfortunately they haven't. And that is a final score of 8 over the round there for that partnership of Lisa Catholic and keeper Van der Bellehoven Z. So, as I say, the Swiss team, best outcome for them available now is a 5. Germany, who've had a clear and a 4, so if they get a clear round here, the worst available score for Germany would be 4 penalties. So that's why I can say, if Louise Knoll and Dressed for Success are able to do what they did in round 1 and jump a clear round, Germany win this Nations Cup in Linz. Won't be one at this moment, because now Germany have gone on to a score of 4. It's going to come down to the final riders. That's what we love, isn't it? Oh, she just had the wrong stride coming in, and it's going to turn out to be a much bigger score than they were expecting, and how things can turn from one round to the next from a team that was 0 all the way through. And just, again, I said it earlier, just suddenly one little moment on this course, and it unravels. 12. So for the moment, Germany keep that 1 penalty advantage. And it means that all the pressure piles onto the anchor riders. Now, back to where we started, back to Romania. Here we go with LA Style K. Now, this combination that had 8 in round 1, but Romania, who, if they could get a clear round, finish on total of 24, then depending on what happens with Poland, might not finish in 8th. Well, there certainly hadn't been as many clears in this second round as there were in the first round, but we're starting to pick the numbers up, aren't we? Brilliant finish. Romania, their final two riders have both delivered clears. They've only added 8 in this round. So they have moved and finished their way to the end of this Nations Cup on a total of 24 there for the team from Romania.
24 points in total.
So great news, they know where they stand.
4 seconds for Romania.
Just having a look, I think it's Great Britain and Poland that could yet fall behind them depending what happens. We'll see. Either way, Hungary, they could yet finish on a score of 16. Their worst potential outcome is a total of 22, but I think we'll look for the 16. Nora Farkas is up. And of course, this is another that's hunting down a double clear with Rolls-Royce in terms of their own individual performances. Oh dear. Well, Hungary had a 6 penalty discard, which they're now going to be using because there's no way that these two will get round inside the time allowed, and they've had that down. So I think they've had that down. I saw it fall. It's on net. Yeah, so Hungary's team total of 22. I mean, it keeps them ahead of Romania, but that's where they will finish in terms of score. Of course, we've still got another Nations Cup to come today, with the final part of the youth division being the young riders, starting a little bit later on, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We kick off with that one. And down goes the final part of the combination, so that is the discard score. It is a total of 26 in the end, and as I said, 22 turns out over 2 rounds to be the team total. So they have finished 2 penalties ahead of the team from Romania. Well, that moves us on to the Netherlands with their 3rd rider and another that jumped a clear round in round 1. Next up is the Dutch rider Renske van Mindendorp.
It's the Nederlander met Nippon Quality, Renske van Middendorf, representing the Netherlands.
Yeah, Nippon Quality.
8, 4 and 4 so far.
Need another clear to lock in on 16. On the 4, and we know it counts. So will that. And the disadvantage of just having 3 is you don't have the discard score. Just, I think, squeeze inside the time. Ooh, 12 with the last going down as well. So in the end, it's a total of 28. And that pushes the Dutch down below Hungary and below Romania.
Das Endergebnis für die
So a big swing.
28 Punkte in der Zeit von 197,84 Sekunden. Der Total Score for the Netherlands.
Well, this next team is Great Britain. The team still hoping they can finish on a total of 16, although, as we've seen from the previous two teams, those hoping to haven't managed to. Now, there is a 12 penalty discard. Harriet Hodge and Lethal Weapon were the clear round in the British quartet's team in the opening round. A double clear would be very timely. A clear round, in fact, would guarantee the British team 4th place. Oh dear! Out of nowhere. Strange that little plank has really had the horses looking at it today. And a combination that, as I say, they jumped a brilliant clear in the first round. Out of nowhere, as can just so easily happen, something happens, and there you go. Big shame for the British team as well, because it was all going to plan again until that moment. Of course, the elimination means they will count the 12, and that will mean they finish on 28. So they, just having a look at the time where that put them, in fact the Dutch will beat them by 0.6 of a second. Be the Dutch ahead of the British. Poland, of course, we wait to see what they do. Now the Italians find themselves in a slightly strange position about now, because, as I say, they're guaranteed 3rd. They will be on the podium. There's a very easy set of maths that just changed. Or did it change completely? It hasn't changed completely, but she's on now. The team now will finish on a score of 12. So we know that is locked in, because yeah, they were not counting the 4, so they're on 12. And just looking at the teams, of course, the Swiss and Germany, and we know the Swiss are on a 4. They've had to add a 4, so they're on a total of 5 at the moment. Well, of course, they've got an 8 penalty discard, and 5 plus 8 to me makes 13. And we know that Germany are on a score of 4 as well, and they've got a 12 penalty discard. So if they had to use their discard, my math says that makes 16. There is a really strange route, and I'm not sure that it'll happen, but there is still a route to Italy winning. Personally, I think it is still between the Swiss and the German riders, but it's been a good day for the Italians and a really good second round. So just the 4 there. And as I say, it's a total of 12. Poland are looking to try and lock off a score of 20, which, with the way it's all swung round, would actually mean, for a team that started 3rd, equal, dropped to 7th at one point, could actually climb their way back up to 4th. They can't bet a 4th, but they could yet finish lower. We will see. Patrick Stodarensky and Jericho is the last rider out for the Polish team. Also clear in round number 1. Just as the clears have been so much harder to come by. Back rail's gone. Finishing on a total of 4 means they will count that and they will finish on a total of 24. So they tie up with Romania in terms of times. I just need to see Romania. Golly gosh, that's tight. 198.21 versus 198.34. Poland finished 5th ahead of Romania in 6th. Hungary, though, have climbed their way all the way up into 4th place. So here we go, down to the final 2. Now, the best outcome for Switzerland is a 5. The best outcome for Germany is a 4. Although Germany have a discarded mark of 12, Switzerland had a discard, at the moment have a discard of 8. It does mean the worst scores available to both teams. If they had to use those discards, Switzerland 13, Germany 16. So whatever happens, obviously the clear round would be very well received here if they can bring it home. Victoria Shebrakov and Henzo de Montas, but nothing can be won even with the clear until we see what happens with Germany. And even if these two have a fence down, it still doesn't make it Germany's title, because if the Swiss use their discarded score and Germany use their discarded score, it reverses the top 2. Coming home. Pressure is on Germany now, isn't it? Well done, Victoria. She jumped for 4 in round 1, but she has delivered a clear in round 2 and a timely clear at that. The team are home and done on a score of 5. Now, it really is game on. Germany have to jump a clear round to win it. They don't have any other way forward. If they finish with a time penalty and a clear jumping one time, it'll take us to a jump off. That well, let's say it can't happen. I'm not sure that it will. 2, 3 time penalties. Well, of course, it then becomes the Swiss who win. Fence goes down, the Swiss win. Clear round, like Leorina and Ludwig did in round 1, a clear round like then wins it for Germany. Here we go. Ludwig 267. It's gone, and the Swiss win. That's what my math says. They are on a best outcome of 4. That has to be counted. That certainly now pushes it the other way. They'll move on to a score of 16. Sorry, of 12, my apologies. It'll come down to the clock between them and Italy. They cross the line. Germany, in fact, with that 12, yes, 12 and 4, fortunately, do finish on 16, and the Italians move up into second place. And Germany going from the opportunity of a clear to win, having had 4 clears in round 1, end up slipping down to third. The Italians take second. But well done to Team Switzerland. The consistency has paid off, and the Swiss quartet have won this FEI Jumping Nations Cup for youth here in Linz. The junior title going to Switzerland. Italy second, Germany third, Hungary, Poland, Romania, the Netherlands and Great Britain. That is how the top 8 finished up. Amazing sport. Now the Nations Cup, of course, to come this afternoon. We're going to kick things off for the young riders at 3 p.m. So what is that? It's about an hour and 5 minutes away. Looking forward to that one as well. Looking forward to all. We've had 3 great Nations Cups. So will we get another? Come back and find out in an hour. I'll let you enjoy the presentation. We'll come back live with you on FEI TV.
In wenigen Augenblicken die Siegerehrung FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors den Preis von Brunnenhof Sportpferde. Und um 15 Uhr, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, dann der FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Young Rider, presented by Family Paul. Die internationale Springprüfung über 1,45 Meter über 2 Runden. The next class, The international jumping competition over 2 rounds, over 1 meter and 45 FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Young Riders presented by Family Paul will start at 3 o'clock.
Das, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ist die Siegerehrung im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors im Preis der Brunnenhof Sportpferde. Darf Ihnen das Ehrenkomitee vorstellen in Vertretung von Frau Karin Frey. Für Brunnenhof Sportpferde begrüßen wir recht herzlich Matthias Mock und den Repräsentanten des Weltreiterverbandes der FEI, Herrn Francis Normandin. Auf dem dritten Platz, und wir bitten aufs Podium mit den Reiterinnen Emma Bachel, Viktoria Schumacher, Luis Conle und Leo Renner und dem Chef de Equipe Eberhard Seemann, das Team Deutschland, Germany. Der zweite Rang. The second place. Giorgina Baldi, Angelica Francesca Pellicari, Anna Ruggeri, Mariana Martinengo Marquette, and the chef d'équipe Marco Bergoni, the team Italy, the second place. Und das siegreiche Team. Number 1, with the riders Seva Saka, Philippa Bisang, Lisa Galatic, Victoria Sherbakov, and the chef d'équipe Gianluca Agostoni, Team Swiss, Schweiz. Meine Damen und Herren, wir dürfen Sie bitten, an dieser Stelle sich zu erheben von Ihren Plätzen zu Ehren des siegreichen Teams. Ertönt die schweizerische Hymne, Ladies and Gentlemen. May I ask you to stand for the anthem of Switzerland. Congratulations, Switzerland. Zunächst wird die Siegerehrung vornehmen als Repräsentant der Firma Bronnenhofer Sportpferde Herr Matthias Mock. Er ist in Begleitung von Herrn Francis Normandin und von Frau Petra Janot. Und wir beginnen beim drittplatzierten Team mit Emma Bachel, Viktoria Schumacher, Luise Conle, Leo Renner und Chef d'équipe Eberhard Seemann, das Team Deutschland. Der zweite Rang mit Giorgia Baldi, Angelica Francesca Pellicari, Anna Ruggeri, Mariana Martinengo Marquette und dem Chef d'équipe Marco Bergoni, das Team Italien, Italy, second place. Und wir kommen zum siegreichen Team mit Eva Saka, Philippa Bisang, Lisa Galatic, Victoria Sherbakov und Chef d'équipe Gianluca Agostoni, das Team der Schweiz, Switzerland. Bei der Länge der Medaillenbänder werden wir natürlich das nächste Mal die neuen Helmformen berücksichtigen lassen. Wir dürfen die Teams zurück auf die Pferde bitten. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remount. Das war die Siegerehrung, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, und wir haben noch einmal Gelegenheit zu gratulieren dem siegreichen Team der Schweiz, Italien und Deutschland mit unserem gemeinsamen Applaus auf der abschließenden Ehrenrunde der Lap of Honor. Herr Mock, das sind Ihre Sieger, das Team der Schweiz. Eva Saka, Philippa Pisang, Lisa Galatic, Viktoria Schabakow. Italien kommt mit Giorgia Baldi, Angelica Francesca Pellicariana Ruggeri, Mariana Martinengo Marquette und die drittplatzierten Deutschland. Emma Bachl ist hier, Viktoria Schumacher, Luisa Conley und Leo Renner. Und einmal noch die Schweiz. Unsere Sieger im FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Juniors, das Team der Schweiz, Switzerland, congratulations.
Wir dürfen herzlich willkommen heißen die Vizebürgermeisterin der Stadt Linz, Frau Karin Herzing. Herzlich willkommen.
Cause all that's waiting is regret.